15 meeting. Before we go into closed session, would anybody wish to address the board on any closed session item? Seeing none, we shall adjourn the closed session. Thank you.
Do we have one?
early to our June 15th meeting. And because it is June 15th, we are out of the tiers tonight. Also, we had been governed at our meetings previously by the worship regulations in the state of California. And as of midnight tonight, those worship regulations that required certain things no longer exist. Is that correct, Dr. Washer?
That's correct.
So, things that were required, such as limiting the amount of people that attended the meeting and wearing masks by people who have been vaccinated, those regulations no longer exist in the state of California, and they no longer exist in the Lodi Unified School District meeting. So individuals who are vaccinated no longer have to wear a mask at tonight's meeting, and that's why this board is no longer wearing a mask at this tonight's meeting. So, but we welcome all of you. We are very thrilled to have each and every one of you here to this first fully in-person meeting that's under the new regulations that doesn't require masks. So with that, I see that all board members are in fact present. We are joined by Valerie, the Executive Assistant to the Superintendent. Thank you, Valerie, for being here tonight. And our IT tech extraordinary, whose face we finally get to see, Andrew is here running the show. So great to have you here, Andrew, also. Vice President McFarland, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Sure. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's been 5 minutes and I already missed the hour. Said nobody. Report from closed session. Vice President McFarland motion and Mr. Neely second. And the board approved the appointment of April Scott as elementary bicycle principal effective for the school year 2021-22 with a location to be determined later by the vote of 7-0. There's nothing further to report from closed session. Next on our agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. We were excited for Nichols Elementary School. I think we have a picture here. The new Burlington store that has just come to Lodi gave $5,000 to Leroy Nichols Elementary School as part of their Adopt a Classroom program. There they are with the big check. So thank you very much to Burlington. I know that the school is very excited to receive that. Yeah, wow, that was right, wow. And just to reiterate what Board President Freitas had mentioned, we have been following the guidance that fell in line with services, worship services, public gatherings of that nature that no longer exist. However, unfortunately, the school guidance has not changed at this point. So if you have children or working in summer school programs or in any district facility, we are still bound by the requirements for masks and distancing and all the like. We do understand that there will be updates coming soon, so I don't know if what will get relaxed, if anything, but we will certainly get word out to our community if anything changes in the near future with the school guidance. We know that there will be a state budget adopted soon, and at the next board meeting, Mr. Khan will be prepared to share information about what that looks like, what that means for Lodi Unified, as well as some of the federal funds that we'll receive. We anticipate revisiting and taking a closer look at our pandemic safety plan in anticipation of the ESSER 3 funds. That's the federal money for COVID-19 relief. So we're getting another round of that. So we will take a look at our plan and make sure that there's time for input on that as well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Washer. Usually we move ahead to public comment, but we have one of our favorite reports of the year, our Measure Use Citizens Oversight Committee. And there's no objections from the board. Let's move that to the front of our agenda. And we have the chairman of the Measure Use Oversight Committee, Michael Mark.
Hey, Mr. President,
Yes.
and also the Secretary, Ms. Terry Penn, has
Well, and I was going to let Michael introduce Terry, but thank you, Mr. Khan, for introducing Terry. Welcome, both of you.
Hello, board members. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Michael Marr. I'm with the Measure U Bond Oversight Committee. As everyone here knows, the Measure U has been a success so far. The staff is working very diligently. Leonard Kahn and Vicky Brum has been doing wonderful for our specific committee. If all board members here, they should all have our report that was in your board packet. I'm going to do a quick highlight of what was in our report. Currently, there's 4 current board members. We have 3 open spots currently. So board members, please, we need some help filling those spots. It makes more heavy lifting when there's only 4 board members. Currently, our board members are myself. We have Ms. Terry Hedden here today, Stephanie Hammond, and Claudia Minuti. And I think I butchered her name. I apologize. We did have two resignations with Alex Freitas and Crystal Purse. So as we stated, there is 3 open spots currently. Members of the public, we do need that particular items filled. It will help us immensely. So since the beginning, and I'm going to be reporting on 2019, year 2020. Some of the major items that we have completed, we reviewed and accepted the performance audit that was done by Gilbert for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. We reviewed new and ongoing Measure U projects. We reviewed the bond funds for the 51 projects. During this time period, with fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020, that was $49,638 and $49,638,298 was spent via that specific fiscal year. As stated, as everyone knows, this is a property tax bond measure, $60 per 100,000 of assessed property value. There was the specific audit by Gilbert Associates. This was a clean audit. The Measure U bond funds were spent appropriately by the district. None of the items is going toward salary. None of the items is going toward expenses that wasn't approved via the bond measure. All of the funds was going toward the projects that were specified. Our committee at a core review level did review each of those particular items. As you guys are all aware, Mr. Khan's a fiscal watchdog, and what he did was make sure that we're on track and making sure that the Measure U bond money is spent appropriately. So in conclusion, our oversight committee has concluded that the LUSD has been appropriately funded, and this particular Measure U is for the bylaws. It's all the requirements set forth have been succeeded. Some of the highlights, right? We want to know the projects that have been done from 2019 to 2020. There's been the parking lot paving projects at looks like about 8 elementary schools. Fire alarms were completed. There's modernizations of Houston Middle School. Obviously, it's okay right now. I think I just heard the board members took a tour of that facility. That gymnasium looks beautiful. Going forward, there's still additional classrooms that are going to be completed. Obviously, I'm reporting on 2019 and 2020, and these are the projects that are completed. So that, okay, wasn't part of this fiscal year. The new maintenance and operations building was completed. That was a big highlight for the district. That one, if you guys remember, that was actually budgeted, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong there, about 24 million. It came under budget around 15 million. So that was a bit, even lower. I mean, it came about 14 million, I guess. Okay. The hair's there, come on. So, and moving forward in the end, and then also the quick start projects of all the painting was completed at Fair Creek. So that is my report for 2019-2020. The full report is in your board packet. I do want to speak on one thing too, is when the residents of the district, they're saying, well, are we getting a bang for a buck, right? In the end, that's what really matters for me to measure you. There has been a total of close to 80 new classrooms that were converted from portable so far. So that's a good number to feather in your caps, board members. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Michael. Comments from the board? Mr. Nelson?
Yes, thank you, President Freitas. Mike, I want to thank you for your leadership on this board. My gosh, I know it's a monumental task to keep track of all these things. And your board members, thank you again. I hope that we can advertise and fill those positions as soon as we can, because like I said, it does help quite a bit. Thanks again for the report, and it's great that we have you guys on board. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Nava. Other comments from the board? Mr. Neely?
Just real quick, Mr. Freitas, thank you. Michael, thank you so much, and thank all of you board members too. I really appreciate this. Dr. Washer, can we go ahead and make a determination? We're going to try to advertise, put some more out there. We need to fill those 3 slots, and that needs to be a priority on us. But thank you very much for what you're doing.
Appreciate it, and I want to reiterate the staff has been a wonderful. Leonard Cog, Vicky Brum, and Greg. Everybody has, your bookkeeper has been spectacular in giving us the information that is needed. So thank you, and thank you, board, for your leadership.
Other comments from the board? Michael, tell us that Vicki and Leonard are doing a great job. Tell us something we don't know. This is really, really exciting. And, for so long we were laying the groundwork. But now to actually see classrooms being built, the gymnasium at Tokate is a teaching classroom. So, that's one of the 80, but that's a pretty huge one that's going to, really change a whole bunch of lives. And like we were talking about before the meeting, the board, walking into graduations, was able to see the new classrooms at Tokate. You drive past the Lodi campus and you see the wonderful facility going up there. Mr. Khan's got a smile on his face because he's promising that thing might be done just a little bit early, right?
Sometime around December, maybe a bit earlier, but they're very close on both Tokate buildings.
That we could have kids in those classrooms next year. And that's just fantastic. And you talk about a change from going from distance learning to in these state-of-the-art facilities. And you all are helping out with this and carrying this. We're going to get you 3 new board members to be on this right away. And if anyone out there within the sound of my voice wants to work on an exciting group at a really exciting time in this district's history and really pave the way for the future, applications will be provided in the business section right away. But Michael, thank you. Terry, thank you very much for coming in here tonight. And this is an action item, so...
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve this report for Measure U.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion, and thank you, Mr. Heberly, for your second. This is an action item. There also is comments from the public. If we have any, seeing none, we will go ahead and take a vote.
We're off. President Freitas, is this OAI 1?
This is OAI 1.
Thank you.
And we'll go ahead and do a voice vote. How's that sound?
There you go.
There we go. I miss those voice votes.
You're the only one.
OAI 1, Measure U Oversight Committee Annual Report is approved by the board 7-0. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Okay. moving back into our regular agenda, we have with us public from the comment. 20-minute time period has been set aside for the public to address the board on items not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker shall limit his or her comments to 3 minutes due to restrictions imposed by the California Brown Act regarding discussing topics that are not on the agenda. Board members may not engage in dialogue about the issue. We have interest cards that have been submitted before the meeting, and we have 10 right now. Is that correct, Valerie? Well, that would take us past the 20 minutes. So, board, if we have speakers for 3 minutes each, we could have all 10 of them. Does board agree that we can extend the time to that amount?
At some point, I think some of the people are probably here to talk about the mask. And if we actually have a resolution, and this is for non-agenda.
You know, that is a very good point, and I did see that. So, what item is that? I have the agenda in front of me, but it's...
We might even move that up.
That's AOI 7.
AOI 7, which is the item on the mouse. There is a resolution, and I know some people wanted to talk about that. Tom, such as you, would that be sufficient?
It's in the statement.
Uh-huh. So, could we cover it during that?
We could.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and, if there's, Mr. Neely suggested that we move OAI 7 up in the agenda, because we do have parents that are here and of all parties. Any objections to that? Just seeing none. Why don't we discuss OAI 7 Resolution 2021-41, which is a Board of Education encouraged the state to lift the mask requirements for schools. Comments from the board. Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Yeah, this is the first step that we've got to go through in order to get this thing lifted. But this serves two purposes. One is it's going to give our legislative committee, Mr. Freitas, Mr. Heberly, and myself, a tool to take to the legislators and hand to them and say, this is how the board feels. The second thing it's going to do, though, is to give parents something to take to legislators and voice their opinion about it to the people who can actually change it. And so that's where I'd like to start with this. I strongly support this. I think it's time that we back off on our classrooms and try to get things back to closer to normal.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Other comments from the board? Mr. Heberly?
I concur with this resolution. I think it hopefully will send a message. All we need is for the state and governing agencies to actually listen and do what I believe as an individual needs to be done for our students. It just seems so hypocritical that, it depends on the time of day, it depends on yesterday versus tomorrow. It's time. The research is there. We talk about all the time, follow the science, follow the science. Well, they're telling us, and we know what this is doing for kids, and it is not a positive thing. So absolutely, I think this is the way to go. I'm very happy we're bringing it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Heberly. Any other comments from the board?
Yes, Mr. Freitas, thank you for making a statement of a resolution here. I think it's very important that the three board members that are going to this committee and the legislature, and also it's important, I see some signs back there, the parents' support on that would be also important in order to have this. As you know, the regulations from the state and federal and all that kind of stuff, we have to abide by all the rules, but this gives us a little bit of incentive here that this board supports that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Other comments from the board? I recently traveled out of state, and I was in a state where that did not have mask requirements. And I got to tell you, it was night and day. Not only for all the health requirements that we're talking about here, which the health the detriment to health has yet to be seen. But also, when you see someone without a mask, you see a smile. And that's what we haven't seen for 14 months. And when you pass somebody who's not wearing a mask, you say hello to them. And they say hello back to you. And this emotional imprisonment that we've been in, and we've held our kids under, just needs to stop. And I'm so glad that this board is taking this stance and moving forward with this for every single physical and emotional reason that we have. So thank you, board. Opening up now, comments from the public. Tom?
Board members, Dr. Washer, President Freitas, this resolution has made a lot of my statement moot tonight, but I want to thank you for taking this stand on really fighting for our children and fighting for their mental health. I've seen firsthand what this lockdown has done to our kids, and I can tell you for every one case of depression or self-mutilation or self-harm or suicide that we know of, there's 10 that we don't. And the mask requirement has been debunked. It has been ridiculous. And I'm glad that you're fighting for our children's rights to mask or not mask. So I want to thank you for that. On another kind of off topic, because my statement had a lot of involvement pieces to it, it's time for parents to get involved. As Board Member Nava said, don't sit back and do nothing. Emails, phone calls seem pointless. They seem that they're going unnoticed. But as we noticed with school closures and our fight to reopen schools, when we bond as the people, things tend to happen. And parents need to get involved not only in mask choice, but in how our dollars are spent. So I'll be encouraging everyone from our group to apply for the board on Measure U. And to really get involved in everything. We need to know everything. We need to be educated on how our tax dollars are spent, on what's going on in the classroom with curriculum, and it's not enough just to get our kids to and from school. If this year has taught us anything, it has taught us that. So I thank the board for taking this stance and bringing parents' concerns to the state level, because I can tell you in separate session what this has done to kids. And it's not a pretty sight. From what we see on the outside to what's really going on in their head and their heart, it's a very dark place that some of them are right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Michelle Groupie?
Hello, I'm Michelle, and I moved
Michelle.
back again. I'm from the Let Them Breathe group, the nonprofit for mask choice, which, as Tom, everything I was going to say has changed, and I'm very appreciative that you guys are taking this stance. It's so important. Again, I'm just reiterating what Tom said, because I think it's that important to keep hearing it. The parent involvement needs to be more aggressive in Lodi for sure. I have a Facebook group, it's Let Them Breathe 209. And if parents can get on there, we're doing email, I forgot the word. Just we'll put out when we're going to send emails to who in the state, why, exact templates and everything of exactly what needs to be said, so people don't have any excuse not to send the emails. It's really, really, really important. Email campaigns, that's what they are. So if parents could please join that group to stay updated on what we're doing and how we're pushing for this to happen would be great. And then I would also like to encourage you guys to continue, even if this does go through. Let Them Breathe has lawsuits that have already been placed and against the CDPH. So that's already moving and going. And I would just like to encourage all of you to continue to advocate for our children when it comes down to, because this is next, they're going to require vaccinations for our children, I'm sure of that. And that is also unnecessary. They are the lowest risk group for adverse effects and the lowest risk group for transmission. It makes absolutely zero sense to put a vaccination in children who are not at risk and could possibly be at risk from the vaccination. We don't know that. The trials are not done until 2023, and I do not think our children should be test dummies. So if you just keep that in the back of your mind for when we move to that next step, because we all know that's coming. So thank you very much.
Very nice, thank you, Michelle. Other comments from the public? No further comments from the public.
Mr. Chairman.
What are the wishes of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve Resolution 2021-41. I want to say something about this because I've taught school before. By golly, when those youngsters wear a mask, can you imagine the anxiety that you have? You can't actually communicate with your classmates. And then the teachers, you can't communicate with the teacher, as the facial expressions are very important to see as a teacher, and the responses and all that. Very few things are happening with that big mask in your face. Thank you, sir.
Very nice. Thank you, Ms. Novel, for those comments, and thank you for your motion. Thank you, Ms. McFarland, Vice President McFarland, for your second. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. And item OAI7, resolution that the Lodi Unified Board of Education encourages state to lift the mask requirements for schools, passes 7-0. Very nice.
Mr. Bruce?
Yes, Mr.
Just as passed, Dr. Washer, can you start working with Chelsea about setting up some meetings? Query us, get the dates that were available for that.
And we could set up something with our ledge committee also.
Right.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Neal. All right. Moving back to back in our agenda, we'll go to the public comments, and we will have speakers for 3 minutes each. And we begin with Michelle Wolf. Hey, Michelle, how are you?
Good, short. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Washer. My name is Michelle Wolf. I'm a teacher at Lodi High, and I'm teaching summer school world history on the Lodi campus with 51 students on my roster. However, 55 showed up this morning to my Zoom. On Friday, during the informational meeting, Ms. Cohn informed us that we would be paid per diem hourly, and later followed that up by forwarding us an email from Jose Maciel's office explaining what that looks like. Yesterday, I sent Ms. Dr. Washer and all of the board members an email with these images on them. However, the current MOU states on page 2 in item 2 under terms, for the summer of 2021, unit members who provide services in summer school or ESY shall be paid at their per diem rate. Also, in an advertisement for summer school positions available sent out by the Personnel Department from the district, it states, summer school rates, LEA 2020-2021, individual teacher per diem rate. Nowhere in either of these communications does it say that we would be paid hourly. Per diem literally means per day. If the district meant something else, they needed to have put that in the MOU and advertised that instead of per diem. According to the Oxford Languages Dictionary, the definition of per diem is, as an adverb, for each day. As an adjective, done, produced, or occurring each day. Noun, an allowance or payment made for each day. That definition does not say hourly, it's each day. The MOU that teachers were hired under for summer school, as well as the advertisements that were put out, said that we would be paid per diem rate to teach summer school, not per diem hourly. This is a term district personnel has come up with to twist and redefine previously agreed upon language to suit their desires and to treat the teachers once again as second rate. I've heard the argument by some district personnel that summer school has always been paid hourly, but that's incorrect. Those of us who have been around long enough to remember know that prior to the 2008 recession, summer school teachers were compensated at 2/3 of their per diem rate. The district and the board wonder why teachers don't trust them. We don't trust you because you continually do these types of underhanded things to minimize and devalue the work that we do. I will have to think long and hard about whether I will continue to teach summer school beyond this week if I'm not compensated at the rate that the district and LEA agreed to in the MOU, as well as was advertised by the district in flyers regarding summer school sent out after the MOU was agreed upon. This isn't about the money. This is about the district being held accountable for their words. You've changed things on staff, parents, and of course teachers many times throughout the years,
Michelle,
but especially this year.
that's your time. We have a bunch of speakers, so I'm going to have to cut you off there. I'm sorry. Thank you. Next up, we have Tammy Williams-Acorn.
Good evening, Dr. Nichols-Washer and members of the board. My name is Tammy Williams-Acorn, and I'm here tonight after 2 days of teaching elementary summer school. I try to exemplify the Lodi life skills each day, especially the life skill of integrity. I find that the new summer school schedule and change in pay shows a lack of integrity on the part of the district. When I applied for the summer school position, LEA and the district had negotiated per diem pay for teaching summer school from 8 to 12:30. During our training last Friday, we were notified that the hours were changed from 7:45 to 12:45 and that the pay would be our per diem rate divided into an hourly rate for 5 hours. This means I'm now working longer for less money. This was not the agreement in the MOU. It clearly states it is a per diem rate. To me, this is a bait and switch. It might seem like a misunderstanding of a common Latin phrase, but it translates into over a loss of $2,400 for me personally. Your yes should be yes and your no should be no. Mean what you put into writing. If you did not want to agree to paying our per diem rate and instead wanted it to be our hourly rate, then that is what should have been said. Then I could have made a decision based on honest facts. But now the hourly rate is considered a misunderstanding. Is this a continued season of alternative facts? I don't provide alternative facts in my classroom, and I certainly should not expect them from our district, the district I've gladly worked for over 20 years, the district I used to brag about, the district in which I felt privileged to work. Now I'm beyond frustrated with the lack of integrity. I will not be willing to teach summer school in the future due to this experience. I am not even sure I'm willing to teach next week. I'd hate to let down the students, but I'm standing here before you on principle, the principle of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Next up, we have Amy Borland. Hi, Amy.
Hi. It's weird to not have a mask on. Good evening, Dr. Washer and members of the board. My name is Amy Borland, and I teach second grade at Larson Elementary. I've been teaching in Lodi Unified for 16 years. After surviving the longest, craziest, most stressful year of my teacher life, I decided to sign up to teach elementary summer school this year. And yeah, most people told me I was nuts. I love teaching and I love my students, and I certainly did not go into teaching for the money. But I would be lying if I told you that the money had nothing to do with my decision to apply. You see, the summer school position would be paid at my per diem rate, and that was an attractive incentive. Let me say that part again. My decision to apply for summer school was predicated on the fact that the published job description stated per diem rate, and that the hours would be 8 o'clock to 12:30. Imagine my shock when I showed up for our teacher workday on Friday and was told that not only had the daily hours been changed, but that I would be paid my hourly per diem rate. I sought clarification from our summer school principal, and she referred me to Jose Maciel. Jose told me that I had misinterpreted the pay rate, and that yes, it did say per diem rate, but they meant per diem hourly rate. Per diem means per day, and per diem hourly means something entirely different. You can't publish and agree to one thing, and then say later, no, that wasn't what we meant. Again, my application for this position was predicated on the published personnel description, which clearly states per diem rate for the hours of 8 to 12:30. To change the language and the terms after the fact sure feels like a bait and switch, and that's appalling. I'm feeling duped, I'm feeling manipulated, and I'm feeling disrespected by this district. I respectfully request that this situation be remedied, and that the per diem pay be restored for summer school immediately. If not, I fully support the teachers not returning to summer school next week, and I will probably be one of them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Christina Doherty.
Good evening. I teach
Good
first
evening.
grade. I'm teaching summer school as well. And like Tammy and Michelle and Amy, I was very surprised when we were told this is hourly and not per diem, because clearly in the MOU it says that unit members who provide services in summer school or ESY shall be paid at their per diem rate. That does not say hourly. In fact, when I was talking to my neighbor about where I was headed tonight, he said, you know what, sounds like they scammed you again. My decision to teach summer school was affected by, I heard the board say, when the first round of summer school applications went out, and you were told, you know what, we don't have enough teachers. And I heard you say, looks like we can pay them more, let's send it out again. My decision was based on getting paid more at that per diem rate. The application that I filled out said per diem. Trust is seriously lacking because this happens. For my neighbor to say, who I casually talk to, for my neighbor to say, looks like they scammed you again. This happens often. Additionally, the emails that other teachers are getting, in fact, the email for summer school, I had to seek out because it was not sent to me. Communication seems to be something that falls by the wayside. It seems like it's a game of telephone. Okay, we're going to start an email here, and then we're going to send it to another administrator, and lots of things are happening, especially at the sites this year. All of those emails don't get sent out, and for some reason, the email that other teachers have gotten, additionally the summer school email, I never got as well. So communication is seriously lacking, and then it's hard to trust when the rules keep changing, especially based on when we have in black and white what the pay rate is. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next up, Michael Heberly. Hi, Michael.
Hello. Good evening, Dr. Washer, Mr. Freitas, members of the board. I would talk about per diem, but I think you've heard it already. That's what I'm here for tonight, so I'm going to skip to the second half of what I wanted to say this evening. I'm hoping that my colleagues' words resonated with people and that our frustrations could be aired. And we come to you hoping that we can be heard and listened to, and that if our concerns are validated, we can have real change. I think that we could have an amazing relationship between our district and our teachers. This year was definitely not easy on that relationship. I think that it is not beyond hope to fix it and build good rapport with each other if we're willing to work together. And trust me, both sides need to come together. It is not just simply one side being, oh, you're the naughty one or you're the naughty one. I'm truly hopeful that we can make this happen. To quote John F. Kennedy, an error does not become a mistake until you refuse to fix it. I'm hoping that we can make the change that needs to happen. We can make the change to honor the terms of agreements. And as a person who also was predicated on the fact that, you know, summer school is one of those things I thought like, oh, that could be good. And then when the per diem pay came out, I was like, wow, that is an opportunity that would be very difficult to pass. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for hearing us, and we hope that our words help move people in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Michael, congratulations on your new positions as LEA's lead negotiator.
Thank you.
Also, we have Michael Mark.
Hello, board members. My name is Michael Mark. I'm actually going to be wearing a different hat right now. I figured I would present a little bit since I'm here. I also represent 10,000 construction workers in the state of San Joaquin County. About 3 weeks ago, there was an invite to the school board members regarding apprenticeship opportunities. And I, from my understanding, talking with the board, there's a bunch of graduations going on in that time frame, and you couldn't make it. So I figured, well, since I'm here, I'll give you kind of a quick rundown of the opportunities for the students of Lodi Unified as soon as they graduate. So in construction, apprenticeship programs, they're usually a 3 to 5 year degree, and the particular programs, they are earn as you learn. As soon as you graduate from high school, you have your high school diploma, and obviously the construction is very dangerous, you gotta be able to pass a drug test in the industry. And why it's earn as you learn is as you progress through your apprenticeship program, and you're learning the trade of a sheet metal worker, a plumber, a carpenter, a roofer, electrician, you're starting off making about $20 an hour with just a high school diploma, with benefits, retirement, healthcare, and after every 6 months, as you progress through the program, it's about a $2 to $3 an hour raise. So as the individuals, after a 5-year construction apprenticeship program, those individuals have a pension, they have retirement, they're able to have a living wage within San Joaquin County, and those are the goals for all individuals and all students. So that's like a quick recap of the school board presentation that we provided. There's also this thing called MC3. It's kind of a multi-core craft curriculum. It's an apprentice readiness program for students who aren't sure if they're ready to make that jump into a career path into construction. And what it is it's a program currently being offered. It's a 6-week kind of apprentice readiness program, and when, after they're completed, they have their certificate, and then they're able to figure out which apprenticeship program they want to join. So, like I repeat myself, as soon as someone graduates with that high school diploma, and you're 18 years and up, you're able to make about $20 an hour. You graduate your apprenticeship program, you're making about $75,000 to $100,000 within San Joaquin County, where we sit here today. I'm a product of the apprenticeship program myself, and we call it the other 4-year degree. And for instance, no one's knocking college. The college is not for everybody. And the construction, and obviously I'm part of the union construction trades are very, very viable in San Joaquin County. And please, if anyone has any additional information, give me a call. And most everyone here has the number, michael@sjbuildingtrades.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Michael's really humble, so I'm going to plug him just a little bit. He is a member of the San Joaquin County Building Trades Council. They do a fantastic job for our kids, and like he says, creating this no student loan option, learn as you earn type opportunity. Their presentation for all San Joaquin County students every year is one of the absolute best, and it's really a shame that we had forfeited this year, but it is a great opportunity, and Michael does an amazing job. You are the president of the local sheet metal workers union, and what he does for Lodi students, we greatly appreciate, in addition to his contributions from SU. So thank you, Michael, for joining our meeting tonight, and we will definitely take you up on those apprenticeship opportunities. Thank you. Present also tonight, moving back, and we have Lisa Wilkins. Lisa, I didn't recognize you with your mask on.
Good evening.
evening, Dr. Washer, members of the board. I am still going to continue to wear a mask and will probably continue to wear a mask in my classroom because I have a medically fragile family member that I help care for. So, yeah, just anything that she gets that could be a lung disease would probably about do her in. So, yeah, it's going to be
Yeah, please do,
perfect.
Lisa.
So, I am a teacher here in the district for 16 years. And when I came here, Lodi Unified was recognized as one of the best school districts in San Joaquin County. And over my time here, I have seen that reputation decline. And one of the reasons that it has declined is because of the lack of trust between the board, the teachers, and the constituents they serve. They pay lip service to teachers and to students, and in many cases to parents, unless those parents are loud enough. Recently, you entered a contract with Lodi Education Association regarding summer school pay. I teach science, and science we do a lot of vocabulary, so let me remind you that a contract is a written or spoken agreement, especially one concerning employment, sales, or tenancy, that is intended to be enforceable by law. You signed a contract saying that you were going to pay summer school teachers the per diem rate, and then you are now trying to backtrack out of that, trying to use some legalese, trying to use some shifting. And this does not, by any means, create trust between the teachers, the students, and the school board. Because students are talking, my high school students are talking, saying that they're hearing that some teachers are going to quit because the district's refusing to pay them. And I am very honest and I'm very forthright, and I said, yes, they are. And they asked, what about you? I said, I'm still debating. Because quite frankly, like everyone said, the pay was a huge inducement. I would like to see Lodi Unified become one of the most honored districts, respected districts, clamored to districts in San Joaquin County again. But with the continued actions of this board toward its teachers, its students, and its parents, I don't see that happening. So as Michael said, we need to come together. You need to listen to all parents, not parents that just aren't loud. You need to go out into the community and talk to those parents whose, when you went back to school, your food service greatly affected their children. They're still talking about that. Some of my parents still were hurt by that. And they have gotten a negative view of you because of that. Think about who your constituents are. It's conservatively estimated that you have a $70 million reserve fund. A lot of these problems, it's not just money that you could throw at it, but you could throw money at things that would definitely help the community with that, help our students. And for some reason, you think that this is a bank and that you don't need to do that.
Okay, Lisa, I'm going to have to cut you off there, but thank you for your comments. Last up, we have Jen Kessel.
Hi, my name is Jen Castle, and I have been a teacher in the district for 28 years. I'm also teaching summer school. I sent you all a letter last weekend about many of the concerns you've heard tonight. Summer school is broken. It's been broken for quite some time. I have 40 students in my English 9 class. These are 40 kids who have failed English 9 and are back in a distance learning environment trying to pass it in 12 days. That's what we have set up with summer school, and I'm not sure people are aware of the enormous constraints that puts on kids. That's not a fair setup. And I'm not even the worst. Michelle just told you she has 55. We have another friend at Bear Creek who came in with an Aries roster of 63 in a social studies class. This is unmanageable. This is not fair to children. It's not fair to teachers. And it's especially galling in an environment where we have $19 million in that extended opportunity grant coming in to address possible learning loss and to address the needs of kids. I am asking, I agree with everything that's been said, but I think there's a larger issue here. I'm an English teacher, so I think about themes, right? There's a big theme of revamping and innovating and meeting the needs of kids. In addition to respecting the people that you need to carry out the job. And you don't do that by stacking a class with 63 or a stack of 40 students struggling to pass English 9. I also liked hearing from all the parents tonight. Tom, I love what you said about getting stakeholders involved because parents ought to care about this. This is no way to remediate children. So I would encourage you to think about innovating and think about revamping summer school. It's been in need of that for a very, very long time. And now we have the money to actually make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. And that concludes our public comments for the evening. Moving on our agenda, we now come up to consent agenda A. Do any board members wish to pull any items from consent agenda A?
A1. Also, I
Okay, A1's being pulled by Mr. Herberly and Mr. Porter. Any other items to be pulled? And A6, if we could have that drop to another meeting.
You want to table A6?
A6 will be tabled. Any items wish to be pulled by the public?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the rest of routine agenda A.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion on the remainder of routine business. Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second. Comments from the board, comments from the public. We will call for the vote. So we were voting on items A2, A3, A4, and A5. Okay, call for the vote. There it is. And remainder of routine business passes 7-0.
Mr. Chairman, do we need a motion on tabling A6?
Yes, and is that your motion, Mr. Nava?
That's my motion, sir.
Second that.
And Vice President McFarland will second. All in favor of tabling item A6. Are we going to do a electronic vote or a voice vote?
Voice.
We will.
Andrew's magic, Mr. Chairman.
Valerie says no voice vote.
Tell me something I don't know when you say Andrew is magic.
This is to table. A yes? Vote.
Yes, vote tables A6. Thank you, Mr. Nava. Item A6 is a motion to table it. It passes 7-0. Item A1, contracts list. Mr. Khan. Mr. Porter?
Yeah, just informational. I believe,
Please.
sorry. Yeah, I just wanted some, is it a contracts list? Yeah, it was number 3 and 4. I just wanted a little more background information about what the programs offer. And I believe, I was hoping that Mr. Sully, could Could you help me out on that? I looked them up and I didn't do a very good job of research. So I'm leading myself towards you and guidance.
Good evening, President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. Mr. Porter, the Child Abuse Prevention Council is an ongoing contract. I don't know how many years, it may be the 4th year. Last year, we actually reduced services 2/3 of the prior year due to lack of referrals at particular sites.
Right.
So this contract would continue last year's contract with Delta Sierra Wagner, Heritage, Beckman, Oakwood, Sutherland, Westwood, Claremont for the services of a behavioral health clinician and a family advocate. Each site is, goal is to refer up to a maximum of 25 referrals per site, and they've received services as, again, for individual students as well as family support. So this is a renewal of last year's agreement. This past year, there was certainly the issue of COVID to deal with, but they still continue to meet virtually with families and students. We expect that this year the need will probably be exacerbated, and the benefit now those would be able to meet again in person with families.
Could you describe some of the services for me?
I can.
Go ahead.
Mr. Porter, members of the board, this is our SAFE program. Some of you that were on the board when we first did this, it was an idea to provide wraparound services for families, not just children, and to support families as children progress through the school levels. So instead of having somebody work with an elementary child and somebody different working with a middle school child of the same family, and somebody different working with a high school child in the same family, the goal was to have the same provider, the same support for all 3 of those children in this example, regardless of what age they were. And the services are counseling, behavior management, anger management, parenting skills, helping parents connect to resources in the community, those kinds of things.
Outstanding. That's what I was looking for. Very good. And then on number 4, Mr. Sullivan.
Number 4 is actually sort of a grassroots movement this past year. CORE is a organization that has been providing training on reading, early literacy for many years. It goes back decades actually. And they are working with almost, I'd say 90% of our sites now. Started off as a group of about 6 or 7 sites, Title I sites. And providing training on SIPs. SIPs is early intervention phonics, really, beginning with kindergarten through 2nd grade primarily. They do actually have some supports in grades 4 or 5 where students are still struggling with some phonemic challenges. And so they are providing virtual and in-person supports.
Right.
And some of those are professional developments sort of in group settings, but they also provide coaching where they send a professional to the campus, visit in class and do in-class coaching as well.
Yeah, I think both programs are outstanding now. Do we have a way of measuring, and number 3 is difficult to measure, number 4 a little bit easier. Any data on that?
Yes, our data actually would probably be the best place to tie or check on the SIPs performance would be our DIBELS data.
Right.
And we'll have good report. This has been a really sort of the first full year of really a good robust DIBELS rollout, with the caveat of it was done online.
Gotcha.
But it gives us a good base year, and then we can continue to model that. And I think I'm hearing from our educators providing good support, good improvement. And I think
We'll
we'll
have
see good
data
results.
later on down the road. And then on number 3, that's a tough one to kind of manage, isn't it, in terms of are we successful or not?
Yeah, in one regard, some of the issues that the children struggle with are manifested in behavior issues. So we're hoping to see a reduction in behavioral challenges at the school. But yeah, it's really difficult to measure an SEL challenge with a student.
Right.
And actually sort of a oddity is that success is that it will become less needed.
Right.
So,
program itself, yeah. Both are excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Washer and Dr. Sullivan, for your help.
You have a motion, Mr. Porter?
I have another question still.
I am still seeking a motion from Mr. Porter.
A motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Porter, for your motion. Mr. Everly, you had comments?
Yeah, mine was also on number 3 of the contract list. A lot of the words sound great. A lot of the ideas of what these are supposed to take care of. Nobody could argue that. Those are wonderful. The problem that I'm having with the SAFE program is that it was probably a couple of years ago, we had a report as to, and I believe it was someone from the county, who we contract with. And the numbers who received the service were very small, and the ones that actually, quote, kind of finished the program or progressed was like a handful. And then you look at $600,000 for a handful without any further data that's telling me how successful this program is. The idea of a program, sure, I agree with Mr. Porter. What they're trying to accomplish is great, but are they accomplishing it? And last I heard from a report for the board is that they were not. So without any other information or data on this, I will be voting no. I'm not sure how I can separate it, but if I can't, if you hear my no vote on the contracts, that's what it will be. It'll be based on number 3.
All right. Other comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. We have some of the same questions that were just asked. We also, with the SAFE program, years ago when it was on LCAP and we moved it to Title I, there were many referrals that teachers made for students to go into the program to receive these services. However, parents were declining those services and not signing the forms. It was our understanding that it was very limited, the number of students that actually benefited from the program. On our community meetings with LCAP and looking at the SAFE program the last couple of years, we looked at this being reduced, not as important because the number of students receiving the services for the dollars we questioned. We'd love to see the data of exactly how many families students are referred, and then how many families subsequently sign that they will accept those services, because from my understanding, many families don't want that intrusion that they feel from that particular program. They feel more comfortable with their psych counselor and psychologist. With regards to the SIPS amount, maybe through President Freitas, can we get a clarification on this 400, and I apologize, it's really small, 460,000. It says that's the current amount, so is that the training that's already happened this last spring and summer, or is this going forward to include more teachers to be trained?
Dr. Washer?
I have to turn it over to Dr. Solly, sorry.
Correct. This would be for continuing through the next school year.
Very nice. Thank you, Dr. Solly.
So as we go forward with SIPS, we know that it's a great intervention and things that have worked well with students. I thought it would go under the amendment part, but maybe that's because it's new school year. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Michelle. Other comments from the public?
Hi, I'm Tammy Williams again. I just received this training because I'm at a non-Title I and I've had fabulous reading trainings over the years. But I must say the SIPS training was so systematic. It was much better, I think, overall in all the years I've had guided reading training, which I always had success with. So I want to give kudos to that. I'm not sure I was thinking that included all the SIPs binders and supplies, but it looks like it just handouts. Seems really expensive for the couple of hours of training we got to have, because after that, the literacy coaches came in and they're already paid by the district. So I'm not sure exactly if that's too much money for somebody to come on a Zoom call and, you know, give an hour presentation. But one thing I would like to mention though is that we were asked to turn back obsolete SIPs materials a few years ago because we hadn't had the training on it, but they've been delivered. And then we were told we could get them back. So I hope it wasn't like a lot of extra wasted money. Maybe, I'm hoping it was just at the IMC being stored, because it's a fabulous training. We probably should just keep it for future. I had one little girl that I could not read with on Zoom very well. She could not read. She's a second language learner. It's 3rd grade. I can't hold her back because of COVID. I got her back in person. We spent, after I got the training, because it had been delayed due to some circumstances with whatever, I don't know, but in like 4 weeks' time, I actually got her from short A to short U, 1-syllable phonics books. And I can imagine what growth we would have made in an entire year of SIPs phonics in person. And so I'm hoping it'll continue. Thank you.
That's very nice. Thank you for sharing that. And Dr. Washer, these programs, especially our SAFE program, I think the word is holistic, and this is holistic on steroids, what we do and what we're able to provide our students. And we are one of the leaders in the state in doing that, in treating the entire problem and working with the entire family. So Mr. Porter has motioned. For the wishes of the board, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. And the A1 contract list passes 6-1. 6 in favor of 1 opposed. Next on our agenda is our other action items. And we've already covered OAI1. Moving on to OAI2, our local control and accountability plan.
Mr. Chairman, can you take discipline cases, cases?
Yes, we absolutely positively can.
I move we approve that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for pointing that out. Thank you, Vice President McFarland, for your second. And any comments from the public? Further comments from the board? Consent agenda B, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. I threw him quite a curveball.
He's getting there.
I didn't know it was critical. Well, and consent agenda B passes 7-0. Student discipline cases. Moving on now to OAI2, local control and accountability plan. Dr. Sully.
President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. This is the accountability plan, LCAP, for 2021-2022. Same plan we've had a study session for and a first read last week. As per Ed Code, we bring this to the board with the final budget for this school year, and we recommend approval.
Thank you, Dr. Sully. And thank you, Dr. Sayai, and all your staff for the amazing work on this living document that addresses so many of our district's needs. Other comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Chairman, I move we approve the LCAP for next year.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Clerk of the Board, Mr. Porter, for your second. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. And the motion carries 7-0. OAI3 is our 2021-2022 budget adoption. We have Mr. Khan and a special guest with us here tonight.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. I'd like to introduce again your Director of Budgets, Adina Andrus. This is her and her staff's work.
Hey, Dina.
Hello.
Can we pull up the executive summary, please? Hello, President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board.
I think for us to hear it, Adina, she's going to have to really put that mic
Closer?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, and you can pull it, it's not.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Hello, President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. We prepared for you the 21-22 adopted budget. Here's our executive summary. You know, quite a turnaround from last year where the situation was looking quite dire with $54 billion in anticipated budget shortfall for the state. This year, the governor is anticipating a $100 billion California comeback plan. So what is included in the budget before you today is a 5.07 mega COLA as described by the School Services of California. Also, COLA is anticipated at this time in the out years. Potentially a new concentration grant funding, you know, depending on how the state legislature decides. What is not included in this budget is the one-time CARES revenue. Our latest projections are about 160 million. Is that correct? All one-time monies, all very restricted. A lot of strings attached. Not included as well as one-time revenues and carryover budgets, which we will be describing more both at year-end when we present year-end and at first interim. Okay, included is, in time to get all of this presented to you, is the LEA agreement, but the other negotiations or any other settlements are not included here in the adopted budget. Can we scroll down to the updates, please? Even with, I would say, this fantastic news of the 5.07 mega COLA and all this, one-time influx of money, unfortunately, we're still down about 1,200 students in enrollment. And unfortunately, the School Services of California calls it, the funding cliff, the fiscal cliff. So that will coincide within a year or two, as well as our ADA hold harmless provisions will unfortunately be eliminated at that time. And then, so just one.
If I may add on the enrollment picture, while we're not anticipating a massive snapback by any means, there is some anecdotal evidence right now, and Director Andrus and her staff and I and Director Controller Juarez will meet this week to discuss current enrollment trends. Also, Director Holbert, who does a lot of the data polls for us. Again, we're not expecting a massive snapback, but maybe the bleeding has stopped. But we'll report more on that on the 22nd.
Yeah. And then what's also included, so the concern is potentially an ongoing structural deficit that is at the forefront. Not a concern. I mean, the CARES money and the mega COLA give us a little bit of cushion, not a whole lot. In the out years, we have included disturbance PERS increases, and unfortunately, one of the many on the fiscal side, the side effects of all of this COVID is unemployment insurance has increased from an annual of 160,000 to about 2.5 million a year. Huge increase, unfortunately. So we'll have to see. So any questions?
Be happy to take any questions.
Oh, I have a question on.
All right, we have thank you, Director Andrus, Budget Director Andrus, and Mr. Kahn for this wonderful presentation. $368 million. I mean, that's quite a sum. And I think in the 10 years that I've been on the board, it literally has raised $100 million. This is great that we have this money, that we have this opportunity to help our kids and keep our district running. And like you say, what we were facing last year was just absolutely terrifying. So thank you for this report, and we have some comments from the board, and Mr. Porter.
Yeah, sorry, jumping there. My question is on the unemployment insurance, which is what, 24 times it went up? Correctly. So what happened there? Who did we go through? Can you run me through that? Because that's an extraordinary change.
That is.
So, as any operational manager on the business side in this district knows, we are not getting a great deal of demand for the jobs that we are posting and running daily. And we can almost cynically look at that as, oh, this board is about to pay for them not to apply for the jobs. But that in essence is the issue, is the unemployment insurance accounts at the state level have been emptied. And the governor's statement is this will last as long as it takes to fill them back up. But we all, I'm sure that, I don't know if it was Sam Rayburn that said there's nothing so permanent as a temporary government funding program. So it's.
So can you kind of walk me through this? Is this a statewide board that fixes the rates, and you really don't have much say in that? Is that correct?
It's the unemployment insurance.
Right. So they set the rates. My understanding is they've been going down, and now they're going back up. Is that correct?
Well, we'll see by the time governor signs.
But it shows that figure. Now, none of the federal money from the coffers to the state went into that at all?
We actually had that discussion today. Why didn't they just hold it, give it to the states directly, and give maybe districts less than 160 million? But
okay. I was just curious. So this is affecting all businesses, they're all having the
not
same
just
rate.
government employers, but private sector
Private
employers.
employers. So this is pretty common. All right, thank you. It kind of jumped out at me.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for those comments. Other comments on the board, Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Can we bring up the state report? Let's go to page 4 on that. There you go. Just got a couple of things on here. First of all, you said, I saw in the summary that the one-time funds are excluded from the 21-22 budget, correct?
Well, the money's
right. But they are on the 2021 budget. That's why we're showing a 19%, almost 20% reduction in revenues. Is that correct?
You mean,
Mr. Gunn, you're welcome. Search your computer, sir. If you lost it out.
So it's extra expenditures due to COVID.
Yes, okay. So, but the revenue, 2021, total fund column A and B is about 460 million, and it goes down 20% to about 368 million. Those are all COVID funds. We're not showing an actual reduction, we're not expecting a reduction in anything else, right?
that would be correct.
Okay.
Until 22, 23 in the multi.
Right, so I just think it's kind of, everyone's doing that. This is the accepted way of doing it. Show the COVID on one year and not on the next, even though we're going to spend what we got last year. It's going to be spent the next year, right?
Yeah, it's, we could, well, generally accepted accounting principles, we would, because it's one-time monies, you shouldn't budget it at adopted, but then you add it in, you have to wait for year-end processing to take place, and then you know what the true balances are, and then you post them to the working budget after the fact.
Okay, all right. Well, luckily though, we're also showing a reduction in expenses of about 25%. How much have we spent on COVID?
I'll report on that next week.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine then. Okay, but that's all I've got. I wanted to get a little clarification on that. You're telling me that's accepted accounting principles, right?
That would be correct.
Okay.
But we're dealing with CARES and it's a lot of money, more than
Gotcha.
typical.
Thank you, Ms. Neely. Other comments from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Freitas, I just want to thank Ms. Andrus and Mr. Leonard Kahn for actually submitting this budget that will retain positive cash and fund balance for 2021-22. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh,
I move that we, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I move that we approve this, this budget for this month.
I'll
Thank
second
you.
that, but I've got one more comment, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Zucker. Now for your motion, thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second, and Mr. Neely for further comments.
Yeah, just real quick, the legislature, they signed a budget today, right? Because June 15th is a drop dead day. Although they also put out a little disclaimer with that saying, hey, we're not done with this yet. So here we are enacting a budget, and we know that the budget that they've enacted is already going to change. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
Change tomorrow.
We don't know how much money we're getting next year, and we don't know how it's coming either, in which direction, how they're going to package it. But stay tuned. That's all I got.
And that is correct. Other comments from the board? Mr. Nava, you hit the nail on the head. We are not deficit spending. Is that correct?
We're not. According to the budget, we're not.
In the multi-year projection, you are, but not in the budget year, no, sir.
Well, too many times before we were deficit spending in the budget year and in the multi-year projection. So I'm going to take this as a win. It's a shame that we had to have COVID to make this thing happen, but no, this is fantastic. And like my board has pointed out, there is a fantastic PowerPoint for anyone who wants information on the board. And what I'm going to go to, we don't have to put up now, but our last page, every one of your staff that works so hard on doing this. We have Julie Winters, the Administrative Assistant to Business Services, the Budget Department of Debbie Newton, Mary Diaz, Thea Fong, and Susan Lee, April Juarez, our Senior Director Controller, and obviously you two also. Thank you very much for this presentation and bringing this for us and giving us the full confidence that we need that our dollars are being best spent in our classrooms. And we thank you so much for all that. So we have a motion by Mr. Nava, a second by Ms. Neely. Comments from the public? And with that, go ahead and we will call for the vote. Item OAI3, the budget for Lodi Unified for 2021-22 passes 7-0. Next on our agenda is item OAI4, Resolution 2021-32, proposed school site, Stockton school site adoption of mitigated negative declaration. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. As the board has given direction to proceed with the purchase of the roughly 19 acres on the west side of Stockton, known as Site I to the board, or West Lakes Development to the developer. The item before the board, Resolution 2132, is the board's acceptance or resolve to declare that there is no environmental impact noted. This study was done by the board's consultants. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Very nice, thank you, Mr. Khan. Comments from the board? Comments from the public? Hi, Lisa.
Hello, Dr. Washer, President Freitas, members of the board. I'm kind of at a loss. We just had a budget projection where, yes, we're positive and we have lots of reserves, but it was also mentioned in this report that we have a cliff because of declining enrollment. So why are we looking at spending money on a new school site? And I live in North Stockton and I see the construction that's going on, but it doesn't match. It doesn't match building new schools and seeing the housing and seeing the need for it, but on the other hand, you're telling us that, oh, the sky is falling, we're gonna be negative spending because we're gonna have a drop in enrollment. So I'm trying to resolve these two things in my head, and I'm having a very difficult time.
Thank you, Lisa.
Well, can we,
Other comments from the public?
can we address that comment though? I mean, this is an agenda item, so Mr. Khan could explain that.
Yes.
I have pretty much the same question because John Muir's been waiting to replace all the portables that we were supposed to get with some measure money that never happened. We have empty classrooms, and I'm like, well, why aren't we just getting rid of the portables on the sites we have? I'm telling you, I was going pretty much deaf last year or 2 years ago with those air conditioning units. They were just awful. So I don't know why we're spending more money on another neighborhood, but we could be refurbishing the schools with all the portables and use up our empty classrooms that we have been using for storage. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Francis?
Yes.
I think one of the first things to consider, and maybe one of the primary things, is the money is used to purchase this piece of property is dedicated to only this purpose, to offset future growth, and future is the key word. So for those of you who like budget codes, this comes out of your Fund 25. It is money that the district doesn't earn. It is money that developers must pay the district to provide instructional space due to the increase in housing units that they are placing in your boundaries. So in the case of the West Lakes, or what the board knows has identified is Side I, this piece of property is at the southeast corner of a 2,200 home development, 2,200 homes. So while we are in the throes of a serious enrollment decline right now, I don't think any of us will know what's going to occur in 5 years. Another thing to bear in mind is if they all showed up tomorrow, you would not have school for them. It takes, if the board had arranged all the funding to build a school as of today, and the board gave Dr. Washer direction to build a school today, we were about 3 years away from delivering a proper school. The timelines all evolve around design first. There are 3 stages of architectural engineering design. Then there's the DSA process where the DSA makes comments on architect's design. That can go back and forth for 6 months. In our Lodi, Itoke, and Needham projects, the DSA back checks lasted anywhere from 5 to 8 months. And finally, there's construction. And there's any number of things that could happen the moment a construction critical path starts. So I think the simple answer is it's money that is purposed by the legislature, provided to boards in the state of California, so that developers making millions and millions of dollars have to pay for space, future space, for the number of potential student enrollments they're creating.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Cobb. Other comments from the board or public? Michelle?
Just clarifying, I know there had been debate a couple of years ago about the difference of doing a K-6 versus a K-8. I believe this is still K-8, but I thought we had talked about the board had moved toward K-6, but just want to clarify which was the last direction?
So my understanding is when the board identified Side I, it identified Side I as a K-8. That can certainly change in future board deliberations, but that's how it exists in the board's record of facts. So
okay,
we haven't changed anything.
I have perhaps one thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Khan, doesn't this money come from developer fees?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's where the money, that's what I'm trying, that's where the money comes from, and it specifically goes to purchase a site or to put up new buildings so we can house the kids that are coming is for the future. So that's where the money is coming from. It has nothing to do with the general funds.
And it's use it or lose it.
Use it or lose it, and also if we don't use it, they can actually ask for it back.
And it can only be used for this one.
For potential growth.
It's about as restricted as you can get.
All right. Ms. Castle?
Jen Castle, and I appreciate that explanation, but it's all part of a big system, right? So when you talk about declining enrollment and you talk about these neighborhoods building houses and the need to be ready with facilities for kids, it's not just facilities, it's good teachers, it's good programs, it's all part of the system, okay? So the funding may be different, and that's an important distinction. The system is the same.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Further board comments, Mr. Everly?
Yeah, in my previous line of work, there was always a lot of trying to plan ahead, a lot of guesswork. Where's development going and those kinds of things. And this was even before the developments were submitted and came in. I'll give you an example. Fire Station 4 in Lodi, the city owned that property for 22 years before the station was built. And there were a lot of reasons why it went delayed. Well, that was actually very, very different and less restrictive than what the schools have to do now. We got caught, we as a district got caught, I don't know if, well, some of you will remember Measure K. A lot of that measure, that bond, was basically trying to catch up. And when you have a development of 2,200 homes, and that's one development, I think if anybody drives in that area, you can see all the grading. Anybody who's on the west side of Lodi and the south side of Lodi, they're grading and tearing stuff out left and right and building thousands of homes. So are the kids there now? Mostly no. They're probably, the most current one that has been completed is right around Costco. We all know that, we see it. So it does take a while for all of that to happen. The problem is if when the developer turns in their map, it's a tentative map and they get tentative approval. Well, at that time, part of their mitigation for their development is you're going to put a park here, you're going to put a fire station there, you're going to do X, Y, and Z. Then they also say, we're going to carve out this chunk for the school. If you want it, you can buy it. If you don't want it, we'll just put houses on it. And then now where are you going to put the school once those kids are there? That's the problem of trying to guess where that's going. Now, that's completely different. It's not a big guess anymore because if you could see, they're building houses like crazy. It's not an if. It's going to happen. The kids are going to show up. And of course, you have neighborhoods with their student populations ebb and flow. We talk about this all the time, and yeah, it kind of sounds like, well, where's this money coming from? Well, it's coming from your developer fees. It's their mitigation of what they have to pay to the agencies for their housing. Does it cover everything? No, it doesn't. However, by state law, it's really, really restrictive as to what that money can be used for. And, like I was mentioned, the developers can say, how long are you going to sit on my money? I want it back. And guess what? They get it back. Now what? So it's, again, very restrictive. You have to plan. It's easier right now because we know the plans are there. They're going to build those homes. So anyway, if anybody has any ideas that you're worried about, any of that, feel free to give me a call. I've done this with the city of Lodi. I was on the Future Facilities Task Force under 2 superintendents, probably 3 before you. I'm old, I've never had. So I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of it. Do I have the answers? No. But I do have a pretty good understanding of it and how all that gunk works. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Take it for what it's worth, and I'm always available to talk to people if they're concerned or worried about it. I have no problem with that. Thank you.
Mr. Everly, you have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Everly, for your motion. Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second. Other comments from the board? Further comments from the public? We will go ahead and call for the vote. Very nice. Item OAI 4, the resolution for the proposed school site passes 7-0. Item OAI 5, resolution to intend to convey an easement to the city of Lodi. Mr. Khan?
Thank you.
What does the city want now from us?
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Resolution 2133 does not convey anything to city at this point. It is the first step in the process. So this is all related to the board's Gantner property just west of the church and north of Vine. It's still a dirt field. But as we've all been surprised, the board may recall that it brought domestic water into your Extension Road campus. And we had an architect evaluate that campus for building at some point in the future, just a simple schematic. Some of the board members sat on that. In those meetings, it was discussed maybe 5, 7, 10 years sewage would actually make it all the way down from Kettleman down to Harney. Well, if you stand on Extension Road and look north, the houses are already there. So the West Lodi is developing. And we have developers on the west side hot to trot. They want to make sure that all the roads and the improvements are in where they need to be. And the city's not going to let them do that unless they have access to put services in around your school site. So we're talking about 1,600 square feet on the west side, the full length of the property, almost 900 feet, and another 32-foot wide strip on the south side, which is probably where your ingress off of Vine will go. And of course, services as well will probably be brought east to west on Vine and then run north into your property. So that's what this is. This is the first part of the conveyance if the board decides to actually convey. In this resolution, the board is also committing to a public hearing on the 13th of July. And at that point, if there is no protest, the board may either approve of the conveyance at that meeting or within 60 days. For this intent to convey and the actual conveyance, the board must vote at least in 2/3 majority in order for any part of this process to continue moving forward.
Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Khan, for the explanation. Comments from the board?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Porter?
Mr. Khan, do we get anything out of this?
You get your services, maybe partially a partial offset to the sidewalks that go around your property, but you're still going to have to pay.
You don't get any green from them?
There's no cost. There's the only effect or impact this will have on the board. I've never seen a public easement prevent hardscape like asphalt or even concrete. The board could even put a structure on the easement as long as it's mobile, a container or something, as long as you can pick it up and move it if whoever owns the easement or has right of way needs to get underneath it.
Yeah, but my point was, can we get something?
There's no cash value.
Okay.
Chairman.
And we would be taking money from the people who pay us anyway, right?
That's good.
Yeah, very good. Mr. Nava?
Yeah, sure. I think it's pretty good public relations with the city. They've done some things for us over on that development that we made on Henderson area. I move that we approve Resolution 2021-33.
Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion.
A second.
Thank you, Mr. Porter, for your second. Further comments from the board?
Yeah.
Ms. Neal?
You know, we had I hate to say it like this, but it's like every time you shake hands with the city, you better count your fingers when you're done. We just had a thing with Needham, too, when we gave up the property for Lodi to a well. I guess it was something about the water problem that we had. And you and I sat in on that 2x2 committee with City of Lodi when they requested it. And they were talking about paying us. And then the next thing I find out, we didn't get anything out of that, did we?
I don't know, it's probably before my time. I can look into it, certainly.
Yeah. Is this, I mean, I know that a lot of times property has an easement on the side, so is this within the boundaries of an existing easement?
There will be a larger easement for any master development. I'm not sure the easements extend down to your property yet, because it still looks like a field, but it is within city limits.
On the board's property, on the district's property, is there easements outlined on it, right?
It would be surprising if they weren't, but I don't know exactly which ones. Because you're now part of a city plot.
Here's my question.
Or plan.
Is this greater than any existing easement that's already there?
I doubt it, but I'll look into it.
If you would.
Now, one thing to bear in mind, especially with the 32-foot easement, which is probably close to 19,000 square feet on the south side, that is where the city will put your water, your electricity, your low voltage. So if there's no easement,
Got it. Okay.
You pay extra to extend it.
So that's, I think goes to Mr. Porter's question, are we getting paid for it? No, but they have leverage if you don't grant it.
Yeah, Mr. Neely, Jess, but us and the city are two organizations that are trying to make our community better, and this is definitely making everyone better off by extending these services further out into the community, and in addition to make this available to all of us. So, Mr. Everly?
First question is, this does not restrict where we would put the footprint of a building.
No, sir. Well, you can't put a structure.
You can put a movable structure,
Yes.
absolutely.
But this is the 32 feet on the south end that's directly adjacent to Vine Street. So you would not have a building that close to the curb anyways.
And that's like if you go to an older neighborhood and you can see all the power lines and phone and cable and all that. Water and everything is an easement between the two backyards. It's kind of the same thing. I just want to make sure it doesn't encroach upon our buildable part. And to me, that would be the only negative draw to it, because if there's that easement and they're gonna pay to have those services brought to our property.
Very good, thank you, Mr. Everly. Other comments from the board? All right, we have a motion and a second, no further comment. We will go ahead and call for the vote.
Take public comment?
We have any comments from the public? Ken, going once.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carries.
I was thinking.
7-0. Very nice. OAI 6, Resolution 2021-39, spending determination with respect to the fiscal year 2021-22. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Board may recall, this is one of the old artifacts from the origins of the LCFF. This was back during the Great Recession. This was one of the legislature's methods for protecting schools. They carved out a bunch of money, even though it was the same money they were giving us, and they put it into the board's resource 1400. However, there are rules to it. This money cannot, for instance, be used to pay administrator salaries. It can only be used to pay for instructional salaries. So this is a resolution the board passes every year, just acknowledging that you cannot use this money for certain purposes.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Khan, and thank you, Dr. Washer, for bringing this to the board. Comments from the board?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Knackstedt, for your second. Other comments from the board? Comments from the public? Bless you. Now we go ahead, we'll call for the vote then. And OAI 6, the resolution 2021-39 passes 7-0. Item OAI 7 has already been handled by the board, so moving on to item OAI 8, AB 1200, documents for Lodi Unified School District, Lodi Pupil Personnel Association. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. This is the board's public disclosure of the recent deal with the professional unit. This transaction adds about a little more than $1 million a year to district expenditures.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Any comments from the board?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Knackstedt, for your second, Mr. Neely, for your motion. And thank you, Mr. Khan, and your staff, Dr. Washer, for putting this information together for us here tonight. Other comments from the board? Other comments from the public? And moving forward, we'll go ahead with the vote. And item OAI 8, documentation for LPPA, passes 7-0. Moving on. Item OAI 9, ratification of the tentative agreement with the Lodi Pupil Personnel Association. Mr. McKilligan.
Mr. President, the LPPA agreement is before you for approval this evening.
Very nice. Thank you, Mr. McKilligan. Dr. Washer, your staff for putting this agreement together. Comments from the board?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Knackstedt, for your motion. Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second. Other comments from the board? Comments from the public? And I'll just throw my 2 cents in. This is a great agreement and a great memorandum with a great organization, LPPA, like all of our bargaining groups. We're very excited to be taking this action here tonight. So with no further comment, we will go ahead and call for the vote. And item OAI 9, the agreement with LPPA passes 7-0. Congratulations, LPPA. Item OAI 10, AB 1200 documentation for the Lodi Unified School District Employees Group. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. This is the board's public disclosure for the recent negotiation with or deal with the supervisor unit. This adds about $265,000 per annum to the board's expenditures. Be happy to answer the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you for putting this together, Dr. Washer. Other comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve AB 1200.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second. Other comments from the board? And comments from the public? Seeing none, we will go ahead with the vote. Item OAI-10 passes 7-0. And item OAI-11, ratification of the memorandum of understanding with the California School Employees Association. Mr. McKillop.
Mr. President, we recommend approval on the CSEA MOU.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. McMillian. Comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve this ratification of the memorandum of understanding with the CSEA.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Vice President McFarland, for your second. Other comments from the board? And again, my 2 cents. Congratulations, CSEA. We look forward to approving this and working together for a very long time. And we're very excited to have this memorandum of understanding in place. Going ahead, we will, other comments from the board? Other comments from the public? We will call for the vote. And the memorandum of understanding with CSEA item OAI-11 passes 7-0. That concludes our consent agenda. Moving on now to personnel matters. Mr. McKilligan.
Mr. President, routine personnel matters are presented for your consideration.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
move we approve personnel matters.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Ms. McFarland, for your second. Comments from the board? Comments from the public? I would see that in one of our personnel matters that...
You have a comment?
Oh. Hi, Lisa.
Hello. I just have a concern. I looked at the personnel matters at the last board meeting, and I noticed we had five special education teachers resign and 2 speech pathologists. And today we have yet another special education teacher resigning and another speech pathologist. These are really, really hard positions to attract and retain. I've talked to some of the teachers who are leaving. I know they're going to nearby districts that have better pay, better benefits. I am concerned that this late in the year, hiring to replace them is going to be tough. We may have to hire non-credentialed people under emergency credentials. So I think that this was a larger picture. I'm looking at the big picture here as Jen Cassell said, the theme, and we've got to change the theme and retain these people because, again, these are very highly sought after positions. We can't afford to lose them. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Lisa. Other comments from the public or comments from the board? We will go ahead and call for the vote. And routine personnel matters passes 7-0. Communications from employee groups. Any of our employee groups wish to communicate?
Mr. Chairman, we have some reports, 2 of them.
Not on my agenda.
Oh, we don't?
Yep.
Staff will provide information on regarding OK High baseball.
Mine says that we go straight to employee groups.
This year's yours, I like that better.
Yeah, I thought you would like it a little bit better. That's why I was good. It's just that we, well, that's good. Yes, we have 2 report items on tonight. So first of which is our Tokay High School baseball field. With that is Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Perez, members of the board, Dr. Washer. I won't go into the in-depth design aspects within this board item, but what might look like a simple report is actually a pretty serious issue. The board may recall the community probably close to a year and a half was currently concerned about the Title IX equity in softball at Lodi High. The issue presented in this report is not so much whether or not there's a Title IX adjustment in the ball fields, specifically at Lodi, probably less so at Tokay because there's less of a equity imbalance, but it's a cost. In these 2 little simple designs, the estimates are over $5 million for both the two school sites. So this is what the board's landscape architect or ball field architect, Verdi Designs, the same architect that did your Tokay High Stadium and field, have come up with. Again, one of the issues with Lodi is the boys have a dugout. The girls don't have a dugout. The girls did not have a field. That's since been remedied, and the girls do have a field on the northeast side of the two ball fields, northwest side of the two ball fields, just west of the football practice area. But this is I'm surprised at how much is designed into this. So I guess the direction business seeks is this something is this a dollar amount that is, that in essence, non-pluses the board, or do we have direction to seek or a better price or a lesser cost solution to the Title IX issues that we're facing?
Right.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Comments from the board, Mr. Nob?
Yeah, right now, you're seeking some bids with this pandemic, or, I mean, this is very difficult. Personally, I'm trying to build a fence and it's like $5,000 when it used to be $1,500, you know. So I'm saying that these are needed fields. They're desperately needed. I always maintain that we're always behind other school districts in facilities. We're catching up a little bit because we're piecemealing a little thing. We got the stadium. Now there's no room for stadium at Lodi, but that would be excellent to have one. The fields on Title IX requirements is excellent to have a softball field at Lodi. It's very expensive. It's not going to change your $5 million there to get it lower unless you find some and you can't do that because you have to have contractors do that. So that's my point. My point is that the facilities are needed, and I'm all for it.
Thank you, Mr. Nob. Other comments from the board?
I have a quick one. While $5 million seems like a large price tag, I also know those fields, and I'm looking at Mr. Sandstrom, are dangerous. There isn't a student out there that has a twisted ankle or taken a header from gopher holes. So I look at $5 million as being a large price. I would love to see our students have a state-of-the-art facility for all sports at all high schools. And I think if you talk to the ADs at the high schools, they can point out every flaw and every danger zone on every field. So I would be behind this.
Thank you, Vice President Farland. Other comments from the board, Mr. Mueller?
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Mr. Khan, what's the source of funds?
It would be district money. You have no bond money that would allow.
What, you had mentioned something about a cheaper alternative. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Well, obviously the Lodi High project is going to be the more expensive of the two. Tokay will come in somewhere around, call it 1.8, 1.9 million for both baseball and softball. Tokay, or Lodi's a little different in that there needs to be actual construction of a dugout of some sort because the boys have a dugout. There will need to be water brought into the fields as well, which is probably not a bad idea either.
Right.
We might be able to do that just as a district project. But we've actually asked or instructed the design team not to build huge stands, not to build big brand new backstops, not to build Taj Mahal dugouts. The total prices that over $5 million includes some add-ons like batting cages for the girls at Lodi High. The boys have one. The girls under Title IX, a Title IX analysis would require one as well. So that's where a lot of the cost will come in. I think we could save some money handling the water ourselves. We probably wouldn't want to touch anything else.
All right, thank you. That's all I've got.
Real quick, I would assume that you're going to do pitching cages for the girls since the boys have pitching cages?
They're in the add-on for the
Just making sure our girls are getting everything the boys have.
Separate but equal.
Yes.
Separate but equal.
Yes.
Support?
Yeah, I have, you know, if, Title IX is Title IX, you can't get around it. I mean, boys have, girls have to have it, that's the way it is. And you just got to be very creative, whatever the boys have, the girls have to have as well. Just simple sports, that's the way it's going to be. My concern, and I agree with Board Member Mrs. McFarland, is, okay, we built these fields, are we going to take care of them? Because what I saw, you know, because my classroom used to be Light of View, I would see the coaches out there raking the fields during sixth period when they had prep. And I think you got a tractor from Mr. Murdocco was donated to us from Patriots. If we're going to do this, we need to take care of it. And that's my other concern. You know, let's drop the money, fine. But then also let's take care of it. And that goes for all our schools too. We do not have enough custodians. We do not have enough keepers taking care of our yards and so forth, our lawns, our facilities. And we drop this money and the facilities decline. They decline because they're not being taken care of. So I'm all for this, but I also want to see as we heard earlier, we have additional costs with this, which will be upkeep. And we can't nickel and dime that either, or you've wasted your money. And I agree about those potholes because I've been out there running with, not me running, but the team running.
Dropping my clipboard.
I've lost a couple kids running out there, found them a couple days later, the gopher hole. It needs to be taken care of. And we need to take care of our facilities. If kids go to a good facility for education, sports, whatever, classroom, it's upkeep, they feel better. They're proud of it. And believe me, kids are proud of their schools, especially if we maintain them. I walk by Vinewood with my dog. Does anybody water a lawn? I mean, it's ridiculous. So that's my little rant there is that let's take care of what we got in the last one.
Very good. Mr. Emily?
Thank you. Two questions. One was Mr. Neely already asked, and that was about the funding. Are you saying capital improvement money or?
Fund 40, yes, sir.
Okay. Second one, Mr. Porter was looking at my notes. I live around the corner from Vinewood, and I'm thinking, do we not pay our water bill? I did see the sprinklers on, I believe last weekend. I invite you to drive through and drive past some of our school sites. I drive past several of them on a routine basis, and I completely agree with Mr. Porter is saying. We're building not only new classrooms, new multi-purpose rooms, we're doing all kinds of work on our schools. I've said it before and I'll keep saying it again. We don't have enough people to maintain the facilities that we have. Whether they're groundskeepers, whether they're maintenance ones, I don't think they call them that anymore, but or custodians. If we spend this kind of money on any of our facilities, whether it's a bond money or whether it's a capital improvement money, we need to take care of it. I mean, I don't get it. How tough is it to even like water grass? And that doesn't give me a lot of confidence when I see dead grass all around the school. So, if you want to say that's a little rant, I'll have one too. It's a soapbox of mine. We've got to take care of what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Everly. Other comments to the board?
Yes.
Mr. Connect.
As old school acting, well not acting, but the athletic director at Lodi High School, my gut reaction to this is that they do indeed need to have a softball field that is comparable to what the boys are using for baseball. But it's always been a problem at Lodi High School. It's dirt, land. I'm not real sure how those two fields are going to work together, and I think we probably need that discussion with the designers and make sure that there's not going to be any interference between the two fields so that they can both be used at the same time. So, something else to consider, I think.
So the northernmost baseball field has been converted to a softball field.
Correct.
I drive by the site on my way home every day. I've never seen softball and baseball on their field simultaneously, but neither have I heard of any issues.
It can be an issue, and you're right. You usually try and schedule it. I mean, it's a magic trick every time you try and schedule baseball and softball at Lodi High School. So anyway, there are some issues that I definitely think it needs to be, the money needs to be spent on this.
Thank you, Mr. Connection. Michelle? Why don't you start up public comment on this for us, please?
Thank you, President Freitas. It's great to see that you are discussing this Title IX issue that was brought to you a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, from our community. And it kind of is disgraceful, the conditions that, and that the girls had to go somewhere else. I believe, as Mr. Porter indicated and Mr. Heverly, if we're putting the money to these facilities, we need to budget in that upkeep, because I don't know how many at Bear Creek coaches have complained about going out there, raking the field, trying to fill in gopher holes for teaching softball and baseball. So that upkeep needs to be built into the budget to keep that facility up, especially so that it is in excellent condition for our students. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Other comments from the public?
In speaking towards the upkeep of facilities, I think budgeting for that upkeep is important, but budgeting at a fair and competitive wage, because the reason we're not getting employees is that we're not competitive. So I think making sure that that budget is competitive is very important. Thank you.
Mr. Sandstrom? What do you think about some new facilities on Cupcake? Or more construction on Cupcake?
Yeah, let's bring some more. Dr. Washer, President Freitas, members of the board, thank you. The stuff we got going on is great, I'll tell you that. I think some folks are over there seeing that. A couple of concerns we have on the proposals for baseball, softball, those kinds of things, and we desperately need it. If you come out and see our fields right now, it's a bit of a disaster because the water's been off since last September, so our fields are actually, they're not just dry, they're dead and gone at this point. One of the things that's, at least on the drawings that we see here and stuff in the report item, is if these are intended to be fields that we can play on, have our own games at the school facility, you couldn't do it on these fields the way it's drawn here and everything else like that. They don't have outfield fences, which is required by NFHS rules and other things like that. So it's things that we would have to do. If they're going to be practice fields, great, because we need that desperately as well, but we're still going to have to be playing games at other facilities, the softball complex, Zupo, Kofu, places like that. So there's some issues with that. The challenge we have is we did have some great discussions with district staff. I really appreciate that. The last drawings that we saw were back in September, and we saw 6 different drawings of baseball, softball field outlines and things like that. We've never seen this one. And my staff didn't even know there was a report item or anything on it tonight, and I happened to look at that, and most of them were out of town and stuff, so I said I'd just come by and at least listen to some of the discussion. But I think there needs to be serious discussion if there's an intent for these fields, at least it's okay, if they're going to be practice facilities to be used for practices, or if they're intended to be game fields where we will actually hold competitions within our league and things like that. Because what we have here on this drawing would not be a competition field, and we would not be able to hold games in TCAP. We would still be looking elsewhere. It seems like a lot of money to spend for something that we can only use to warm up on, in a sense, and not actually hold a competition.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Principal Sanchez.
Those are excellent points.
Very, very excellent points. Other comments from the board?
Yes, Mr. Freitas, I can give you the solution to maintenance of those fields. Put them on artificial turf where you have to water them and you don't have to maintain them and they're maintained by themselves. If you want to see some facilities, I can tell you, you go to Stagg High School where they're all artificial turf, got lights on all the diamonds and everything. Take a look at those. That's why I think Lodi is back somewhere backwards in the athletic programs in building facilities. But that's your solution, is artificial turf. Thank you.
I don't know about that, but thank you, Mr. Nell, for those comments.
Okay.
Other comments from the board? Dr. Washington, what are you looking for here tonight?
Mr. Freitas, members of the board, we're looking for direction. If you are comfortable with this, or if you'd like Mr. Khan to research not only price, but the other issues that were brought up.
Very good. And, listening to all the comments tonight, I think you're going to have board direction that we want to keep moving on and move in a positive direction towards this.
I'd just like to make sure that Principal Sandstrom is included in this. He knows best what he needs.
This law, and that we do have competition fields, not warm-up fields, that we have a full range of this. And, I know Mr. Khan, he's going to drive a hard bargain on this, and we're going to get true value and the best deal possible. I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah, it's a good idea to have maybe Sandstrom or some of the principals involved, but at least one meeting when you have the athletic directors give their input into this before we sign off on this kind of a major project. So there's a lot of things that they probably know that we don't, and what they don't know they'll get from their coaches that are actually on the field.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Yeah, I'm kind of, this is just me, shotgunning it. But I see a lot, I've been to a lot of schools, through the state. The idea of having one central competition area for a school district and having multiple high schools use it for competition is not unusual. And I brought this up many times with our new football field at Tokay, that both Lodi and Tokay could use that field if we had maybe changed the colors a little bit, made more sharing. I know for the Fresno area, they do this, where they share. And they go some games on Thursday nights, some games on Friday night for their home games. I think if you're gonna improve the practice field, it's great. But why not look at maybe one central area for competition that both high schools could agree upon to do? I think it'd be a lot more cost effective, and at the same time we could take care of Title IX, and then where you're playing. I think Mr. Sandstrom, are you using Zupla now for the girls?
For the girls softball, we use Arnez off of Marana.
Oh, you go over to Arnez on that? And where do you use the boys?
Zupo, mostly Kofu occasionally.
And do we pay for that, or does that come out of the joint use agreement?
Joint use.
Joint use for the most part. We have to send our maintenance over there when we can get groundskeeper to do
So
the
we are
lining
paying
and
for it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sandstrom. So that was just an idea. I'm sure the principals have, and the athletic directors have better input.
Yeah, and I think tonight's was yet another jumping off point in this matter, and we're looking at many different options. Fresno may share facilities, Lodi does not. So, but I'm interested in hearing anything that we have going forward. And, I'm going to say this too, as a father of two daughters, we're not going to do this because we have to. We're going to do this because it's the right thing to do. And we aren't going to piecemeal this thing. We're going to do it first class, and we're going to do it upright. So I'm looking forward to more information on this, but also I'm going to task you with, I don't want this to drag on. I want to move quickly on this, and I want plans, and I want kids enjoying this. So I don't want this to be an exercise in futility that's going to go on and on. So.
I want turf like Mr. Knopf.
Yeah.
I don't want to. So, very good. Mr. Everly?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. I think the comments that come out of the people who use the facilities or that are there know it far better than anyone else, including the architects. They may be fine people, but it's conceptual. And at that point, when we do bring these items forward, it's really good to have that kind of conversation and input. Example, Tokay High's gym by the tennis courts, the brand new one, the very first design that came out, it was too small to hold competition there. You remember that. And so it would just baffle me and go, okay, you'll have a gym, but you can't use it for a game? It doesn't make sense. So luckily, through the sequence of meetings and discussions and so forth, now we can. The new one was adjusted, now we can. So here again, this is the type of thing why we need to have these public meetings and why things have to go to the people who are going to use them. Architects are fine people. However, there's a difference between concepts and the reality of actually using it. So now I'm an operational guy. Everybody knows me, hears that a lot. It needs to operate correctly too. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Vice President McFarland, and this will wrap up this topic, and we'll move on in our agenda.
Thank you. Boy, I like your comment about go to the people that are going to use it. I also think the people that are going to maintain it. It would be great to hear from them. I know we have appoint so many minutes per classroom to vacuum and clean. I would love to hear from maintenance and operations about what it would actually take to mow, maintain to the manner in which we'll have it looking fantastic for schools. So I know we would like to have their input also on the maintenance portion of it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Vice President Farland. And Dr. Washer.
Yes, sir.
What a nice problem to have that now we're not talking about how we're going to teach kids through a Chromebook, but we're actually going to, how we're going to provide them with the best athletic opportunity. So I'm glad that we are having this discussion, that this is a kickoff point, and I look forward to what staff is going to put together, because I know it's going to knock our socks off. So thank you very much for this report item, and we look forward to follow up on what's going on next. Moving on to the report item, we have our local priority indicator data review for the California School Dashboard. Dr. Sali, and I'm sure Dr. Seah and other friends are with us here tonight.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. President Freitas and Dr. Washington, members of the board. Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Uwe to come up and after me go through, walk through the presentation that we prepared. Just a little footnote, this local priority indicator data used to be presented to the board in the fall. CDE has moved this up to align with our LCAP adoption and budget adoption. Just a couple things on the dashboard. The dashboard hasn't been around all that long, maybe a handful of years, and it has gone through a few iterations. And just learned today, again, that they're looking to adding a new metrics, growth metrics. And also that next week they'll be releasing some data to the public on school performance. And with just the caveat and everybody knowing that the data is going to be a little fuzzy based upon the state assessments that were taken this year. Some in person, some online. It's an abbreviated assessment, shortened assessment that hadn't been given previously. So not quite sure what it's going to tell us or look like. But I just want to front load that a little bit, that as you recall, last year the dashboard was canceled due to statute and government work. There was rumor that that might happen again this year, but it's kind of like the end of the ninth inning and that hasn't happened, so I don't expect it to. But I'm going to ask Mr. Uwe to come up and walk through the local indicators.
President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Yes, we'll be reporting on the local priorities. That's one element of the dashboard. Next slide, please. So as you recall, there are 8 total state priorities under LCFF. So we'll be reporting on the 5 that are local, meaning that there is no state set criteria for these because they're locally reported. We'll be talking about basics, which deals with appropriately assigned teachers, access to curriculum-aligned instruction materials, and functioning school sites, implementation of academic standards, parent and family engagement, school climate, and access to raw course of study. Next slide, please. So there are essentially 2 methods of reporting this information. One is a reflection tool where we rate ourselves on various elements, and those elements are in the full report, that Word document that you have in front of you as well. So we're just hitting the highlights here, going from 1, which is the lowest exploration research phase, all the way to 5, which is full implementation and sustainability. Also, we're required to do some narratives, and in some cases, both. Once that's done, once we finish our report here, and then we are at that point qualified to upload that information to the dashboard where we get to report met. Next slide, please. So for priority 1, the basics, we had sufficient textbooks, instructional materials. Also, all of our facilities were reported in good repair. Under 2, the implementation of status, we rated all of the elements. So we rated ourselves with the exception of with the exception of 1-4 rating. We rated ourselves at 5. So full implementation under that particular priority. And then where there was 1-3 rating, we're dealing with areas of instructional improvement, implementing academic standards and engagement activities. The rest, I believe, were rated as 4. Next slide. Priority 3, regarding the building relationships, so that's the parent and engagement aspect of the local priorities. We rated everything as a 4. For 6, which is the school climate, we highlighted data taken from the student climate survey which we administered. We just highlighted 2 of the questions. One relating to school safety, and the positive response rate being anyone that agreed or strongly agreed with that particular question. You can see that was 86.9%, and then dealing with school connectedness, that was 82.3%. And then the rest of the questions, the rest of the information you can find in the Word document. Next slide, please. So this highlights priority 7, which is the broad course of study. Here what we're looking at primarily is high school enrollment in the 4 core academic subjects. And just taking a look at the snapshot for that particular year, 1920. And calling out again various data elements there. Again, we have more information in the full report. And as part of that report, it's not just, we're not required just to report on all students for all 4 of those grade levels, but we're also supposed to provide some information based on student groups, which is on the next slide. And here we're focusing primarily on low-income English learner and special education students in terms of how many of them were enrolled in English, math, history, social science, and sciences. Then as a final piece of this, for broad course of study, we have to talk about the barriers and reflection on where we're moving forward. So on the next slide, barriers preventing access. Well, one of the more common is the limitations of access based upon, for English learners, for example, their ELD courses will impact what they'll be able to take over the course of those 4 years. So they may not get access to all of those particular classes as they move through the grade levels. Also, another key indicator, a key issue, is parent awareness of all the programs that we have. So if we don't have that parental support because they simply don't know about the programs, that does also hamper access and progressing forward. So in the revisions and decisions and actions based on some of those, more professional development is being provided. And also we're going to be reintroducing the College and Career Night for this fall. So any questions?
Very nice. All right.
I have really an elementary question.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nava, we are a school board.
Priority 4 and 5.
So Yes, so those are state indicators, so that's not what we need to report on this evening, and that will, those will be reported once the data for the testing for this year come in. Those will get uploaded automatically by the state and will be reported on the dashboard. And we'll report on those as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Talbot. Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Well put together and all that. I have a little bit of an issue with what we're talking about here. We're not talking about student achievement in any way, shape, or form, which is another thing that we just get by to talk about ball fields, which is great. I'm not saying we don't need to, but we also need to talk about student achievement. Priority 7, I love this part of the slide right here. It says 97% of our students were enrolled in English for all 4 years. Well, that's a district requirement. All right? That's like saying 100% of our students are enrolled. Well, yes, they are. This just doesn't give us much to go on. I'll give you a couple of statistics that I found interesting. Looking back on our ELA and our math scores, the state average is 51%. Lodi Unified is 44% on ELA. Now, when you look, though, at the difference between not economically disadvantaged and economically disadvantaged students, the not economically disadvantaged students scored 63%. Those were 63% passed. The not economically disadvantaged students were only 37%. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is an achievement gap. And it's a huge one. That's where we need to be focusing our attention on math, the not economically disadvantaged, and I'm using the state's language on this is how they call it, is 51% passed. The not economically disadvantaged the economically disadvantaged is 26%. So again, we've got this huge spread there, 26% in one, 25% in the other. If you look harder, you look at African American students and their math scores. Only 1 out of 10 achieved a passing score. 1 out of 10. The Hispanic community, Hispanic and Latino, actually had a higher score on ELA than our African Americans. It's about 5%. That's just wrong. That's where we need to be spending our time. This is great. Thank you very much. Like I say, you did what you were asked to do here. I would love to spend some time with you, though, and tell you what I'd like to find out. What we need to get out. We need people to look at. And you know what? This isn't new. This has been going on for 20 years that I can go back and look at. Changing curriculum is not going to fix it. Having extra PD classes is not going to fix it. This is a big problem. Mr. Nava and I have talked about this. You're absolutely right. He points to some of the issues, but that's not a question on this whole problem. We don't look at that and say, what's the problem? We got to fix the problem. So we need to do more, right? And I'm going to tell you, I think it should start right here. To begin with, our assistant suit for curriculum and instruction ought to be up here. So should the secondary ed, and so should the elementary be up here in this group right here. We've got personnel and we've got business, but we don't have anybody. We don't have our educators up here, the lead educators. We need them in this. We need to start talking about this every time we meet. So, you got nothing to do with this. You just happen to be at the podium and talking. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
And Dr. Washer, I appreciate Mr. Neely's comments and especially this passion for this topic, but this is a state requirement that we have to comply with, and this is what we're doing. So these were guidelines that weren't set out by obviously Dr. Solly or Mr. Dahlman. or even Dr. Seha, that, or any of us, this is our compliance with a state requirement.
That is correct, and we certainly understand where Mr. Neely and other board members are coming from as well,
Without a
and
doubt.
absolutely agree.
And if we didn't comply with this requirement for the state, that would be a bad thing for us.
Yes, we always like to comply with the state federal rules, but we will absolutely keep working on it.
Of course, thank you. So other comments from the board?
Are you going to be bringing back the scores by subject and those kinds of things for the dashboard at a later date? And that will be when? Do we know?
Oh, please, never, ever. We just see the distance learning scores. I mean, that was just good. So,
There'll be a series of preliminary reports as you get more of the data.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
very nice. Comments from the public?
I'd like to say something.
Of course.
Been here all night, but I wanted to say that I think it's sad that the whole state is, to me, 50% is an F. And so we shouldn't feel too bad if we got 40, I mean, if the whole state's getting an F. But I think we need to do, though, and I agree with Mr. Neely, we have lots of great programs, but personally, I think we need smaller class sizes. And you heard it, they're doing remedial with 50 in high school. I think it should be, honestly, in my dream world, 20, 25, K-12. My son couldn't even learn in the English class because that teacher had like 45. And he had ADHD, but then my kids got the 20-to-1 with reading, and the kids that didn't are the ones I needed to have more tutoring for. Because they benefited, the first two benefited from class size reduction. My kindergartner, my fourth child had 35 in her kindergarten class that year we had the recession. So I would think if we're gonna put our money anywhere, let's get smaller class sizes, or, we've talked about before, paras, aides, in the classroom to help with reading groups and math groups. Because I know I try my best to do guided reading and math groups all year, and I'm just one person. I think that, that would be my dream world there.
Very, very good suggestions. Thank you very much for sharing those. All right, Dr. Solly, Mr. Dahlman, we're looking forward to the sections 4 and 5 and filling in the blanks and the filling reports. And thank you very much for keeping us in compliance with these state requirements. And I know that Mr. Neely's passion is very well placed. And if anyone's going to make a difference, then he definitely will. So thank you very much for this report and all of our work going into it. So, all right, now moving back, we are ready for communications from our employee groups. On the agenda. Michelle, are you it? Are you our sole employee group representative?
I believe I am it tonight.
Well, Mr. Sandstrom, I think, represents the
He
the
does.
administrators.
He does.
I'm glad to hear from him.
And maybe he'll
His
get up
report.
and speak. I have not heard him speak as the supervisor group.
It's been a while.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. In 5 years, in 10 years from now, it will not matter what kind of decisions you make today, except in the legacy that we leave our students as a district. How do you show respect or the lack of respect to your employees? We are appalled. The actions at the board meeting over the board meetings over the last year. Your actions towards students, community members, and employees has left a lasting mark of distrust among your teachers. If you are truly actively listening to stakeholders, then trust what they tell you. Act on what you have heard from them. If you use good judgment, be hard on those ideas, but when speaking at the dais to your employees, speak with kindness to those who pour their hearts out daily for our students. If you think long and hard about those decisions that you make at every board meeting, at every study session, please evaluate how open really are you to others' perspectives, their experiences, about what they say to you standing at this podium. Every vote you make should be done with a seriousness that should cause you to pause. Do you value the insight and experiences of those that are working directly with students? Your teachers have the passion among any in this state, and I challenge that they are not the best. For years, I have sat in this room and listened to much debate, listened to carefully crafted points, evidence brought forward to you so that you can make informed decisions. This year, we have all had a difficult year and a challenging year. We call on you to do better. Once seen as one of the best school districts in San Joaquin County, touted to be the destination of education for students and to work. Our reputation has taken a nosedive due to administrations and the school board's failure to lead, plan, invest in our students, and to collaborate with the educational experts, your teachers. Instead of smart investments in student success, the district has chosen to sit on record reserves, millions of dollars. And as a result, we have seen class sizes soaring, combo classes busting out, experienced and veteran teachers are being driven away, and beginning teachers are bypassing LUSD for neighboring districts completely. They see what has happened this year, the lack of respect and your investment in staff. We are hemorrhaging special education, math, and science teachers at every level. The last board meeting, you filed documentation for 130 emergency credentials for next school year. It is our students that will suffer. Looking carefully over the last 2 years, count the number of resignations and retirements. Teachers used to stay way past the part of retirement that benefited them because they loved working in Lodi Unified. But you are hemorrhaging those teachers right now. Highly qualified teachers are walking away. Do you think that requesting 135 emergency permits will get you the caliber of teaching staff Lodi USD students deserve? No. We have seen feet just being dragged at the bargaining table. 2 years to settle is too long. You may not have seen continued mistakes at the table. We see that as inefficiency. It has been pointed out. Documents at the table returned by your lead negotiator, your attorney submitting documents again and again and again with errors that the teachers' bargaining team corrected each time and sent back. As safeguards to our tax dollars, those are not being protected. Exorbitant amounts of billable hours are going unchecked. You must take responsibility for these problems. You are our elected officials that we reach out to in order to describe and explain what we continue to see, a lack of trusted leadership. You continue to say everything presented is great, as if you are looking through rose-colored glasses. Please take them off. Take the blinders off. Look around. We implore you to ask those hard questions. The public has the right to hear the answers and not be dismissed information sent to the board only after the meeting. If it cannot be answered in a board meeting, shouldn't that be tabled and brought back before you vote? You have been given proactive plans to only have leadership dismiss them. Your teachers work hard every day, and you heard many of them tonight speak about summer school. I would ask you, as you look those teachers in the eye as they stood up here, all of them, I am sure, would invite you to come sit down, have a cup of coffee, and talk about what they see are the issues. We have been told things which are very different from what have been brought to you in jam-packed agendas, where you have relinquished to only listen to executive summaries that leave out many details. And when we bring those forward, you say, we'll look into it, or we'll approve it. No problem. We'll get back to you. They may get back to you, but they don't get back to us. And the public and all of your stakeholders deserve to hear those answers. This week, Leah has filed a grievance on how teachers are being compensated for summer school. Applications, as you heard, went out several times, trying to ask teachers to step up to bridge that learning gap, only to see the parameters on the application be changed. You've heard tonight many speak about that, the hours and the pay. A couple of board meetings ago, you gave a talk about how smaller class sizes in summer school would make a difference. But we have heard tonight, and from our teachers, by getting their rosters for summer school at secondary, how high those numbers are. How can we really reach those students? Meanwhile, your leadership continues to disenfranchise your teachers, and we hope that you will see a quick and clear way to honor the language we have agreed to at the table. Your teachers right now have no confidence in LUSD leadership. Lodi Education Association Representative Council has already taken a vote of no confidence. Your teachers need strong leadership, decisive leadership, but leadership that seeks collaboration from all stakeholders. You need to be transparent and inclusive. Your leaders continue to exclude your bargaining groups in conversations. Your leadership has systematically taken the teacher voice, our opinions, evidence, and experience from being heard. We need to get back to the basics. You need to ask your teachers, what is wrong? How can we improve? Leah is ready to explain and collaborate. Please step up, lean in, listen. Then take action to see that LUSD makes the changes to work on trust, transparency with all of your employees. Your stakeholders tonight came to you raising concerns and their voice. What do you see will be the destination in 5 or 10 years for LUSD? Let us learn and work together. Please work to restore the faith and trust in your employees. What is happening is not what is best for LUSD students and employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Other comments from other board members, other bargaining groups? Comments from board members? Mr. Neely.
Thanks, Doug. I'll be real quick about this. We need to, in my opinion, we need to go back into closed session after this meeting and finish the topics that we started on a few things. The labor negotiations specifically.
I concur.
You have a few minutes.
It's,
That's all I've got.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Everly.
I already said I believe we need a very brief closed session to finish up a couple of items. But in addition to that, I would like to have some real data that we could get from the SAFE program presented. It doesn't have to come to a board meeting. If you want, it could. It's public information anyway. We can either do it that way or directly to me so I can evaluate the program differently. I would appreciate that. When we had a study session, we were talking about not only the budget, but the LCAP, and we were talking about trying to start a little bit earlier in kind of rolling. This year was just insane, so let's kind of reset back to where we started a little bit earlier. So it's basically my comments about the timeline to get LCAP kind of moving. And I would say the same thing, Mr. Khan, about the budget. It's never too late or too early to actually start looking at your budget and refining and adjusting and getting things squared away with that. So I think that there's some key things that every agency needs to deal with. Budget for us as a school district, we have curriculum and all the things that affect student achievement that should be coming to us at a regular basis. I'm very concerned about the summer school class sizes. I don't know, oh yeah, she's still here. Mentioned about class sizes. I think everybody who knows me knows that that's kind of a hot button for me. A good example is if small class sizes work K3, grade span adjustment. Gee, I bet you it works for all the other grades too. Simple thing. But that's kind of one of my things. I think class size really, truly matters. And there's those ratios can be adjusted by paras and so forth. But I would just rather see small class sizes with the certificated teacher there. And if it's deemed that there is help, yeah, get those paras in there. They do a great service. And I want to finish up on a positive note. I did make it to 4 of the comprehensive high school graduations. It was really nice to see those students needed to be together. And that was one of the things that the seniors I spoke with were really happy to see come to fruition for them. I wish that while graduations went off very well, it was cold and windy, but hey, that's the way it is. It's either hot or it's cold. But that's okay. And I wish all the grads well. And again, graduations I thought were just a delight to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Everly. Other comments from the board?
About 2 sentences. I agree with Mr. Heavily about the graduation, and I see Mr. Sandstrom back there. I want to personally say thanks for the great seats. Of the 4 graduations, you gave us something comfortable to sit on. So, thank you.
Other comments from the board? Mr. Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. First of all, since the 2020-2021 school year is officially over, I guess, I would like to thank the parents and students for their resolve and going through what's been a difficult 2-year period. I'd also like to thank the teachers and all our other employee groups for their tenacity. It was a difficult time, and you had to do things you just never thought of. This is something that you'll unfortunately remember for the rest of your life. And these students growing up will never forget the year of the pandemic, and it won't be something very positive. But I do know that our employee groups and our teachers did the very best they could to take a very horrible situation and make it somewhat better. On another note, I do think these class sizes are an issue that we need to look at. I think we need to listen to the people that were here tonight speaking about various issues. And I like the idea of what young Mr. Heverly spoke about, the idea of coming together and trying to find resolve and working from a word that I've picked up lately, empathy, and sharing that with each other as we strive to be better as people and better as a group in terms of our goal, which is to making this school district and our students the best served and the best performing. So thank you for everything you did over the last year and a half. You really, all of you, went above and beyond what was a very difficult situation.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Other comments from the board? I would join all my colleagues in all their comments tonight, and especially recognizing what we've accomplished. For comprehensive graduations and the adult school graduation I attended were absolutely out of this world. It only reminds us of the disservice that we did in last year's graduating class, and I am looking forward to the best what next year and making it even better. That parents were able to be on the field and the graduating class was able to be together, sometimes for the very first time, was no small feat. I thank everybody for making that possible and giving my small appreciation that I could be a small part in that in doing it. Well done, all of our graduating high schools and celebrating our Lodi Unified graduates. I'd also like to recognize the Georgie family. Their 25 years of participation at Lodi Unified is coming to an end with the graduating of their son David from Lodi High, Kim, who is a speech and language pathologist, and they're also following their daughter Sister Cassidy, who graduated a few years ago. Way to go, Georgies. Lodi was very good with you, and we wish you well in all your endeavors. And last but not least, all of our dads, we would like to wish you a wonderful, happy Father's Day. And those are the comments I had. Any other comments from the board? Comments from the superintendent?
No further comments. Do you wish to go back into closed session?
I think we will be, if there's any board advisory committee reports. And with that, we shall resume closed session. In the matter of non-public student placement of non-public students, Mr. Neely motion and Ms. McFarland second, the board approved the placement of 2020-21 non-public student number 20 by the vote of 7-0. Nothing further to report. Meeting is adjourned.